There.
If your messages include a large string of 5 or more emojis, names of upcoming streams, and / or random characters, then they will be removed and reported as spam, and you will be flagged as a bot.
Okay. So, I started this run originally to shed light on the said Glup Shittos Team Raider from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. When I started, their only known appearance, the only known appearance for in the fan piece was in Special Episode Zero, A Dark Past. However, they have recently been getting more attention than I have noticed. They appeared. The leader Gallade was having a secret date with Gardevoir from Team Charm and PSMD Echoes of Yesterday. And more recently, I showed off a hack called 7 Melodies, which showed that Team Raider and Team Charm are actually rival teams. So it seems like people are actually warming up to the idea of actually doing shit with them. Yay! I don't know why I thought that was an appropriate response. I don't know why this is. I don't know why I still have that on. Yay! There, no background echo. Speaking of hacks, let me quickly bring up. I want to quickly bring up something that I just learned about. Echoes of Yesterday, I actually played back on April 7th. It was a 2-parter, the second part going up a week later. And then literally a month later, on May 15th, it got a set on retro achievements. So expect a revisit to this hack. Not immediately, though. There is another hack that I want to revisit. And, there is another hack that I want to revisit once its update is released. April 4th, Saturday. Started from Canalave City. Got through Mount Coronet. Used rock climb at Mount Coronet. Used strength at Mount Coronet. Got through Mount Coronet. Met Distortion World's Cyrus. Ah, right. Yep, there they are. Still have not evolved Roselia yet. Oh yeah, I should probably get my notes out. I should probably get my notes ready. There's the two. Okay, there's my two level caps. Did I not save? I guess I didn't actually save the, but the moveset I. Oh god. I guess I did not save what I actually wanted to have on, what possible moves from Roselia I wanted to have on hand. No shiny. Okay, whatever. That doesn't matter. Actually, no, I'm gonna reset. See if we can get a shiny. See, try one more time to get a shiny. If not, that's fine. Get it for all three? Yes, we can. I still have the thing on? I do, god damn it. God damn it. Oh, you got one more shot to be shiny, Giratina. Yeah, yeah. Nag, 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 nag. always gotta try for it whenever I can. Second try. Team of 5, roar. Take kept from being kept by 7 badges for some reason. What am I doing? I'm not doing Black Hat Bingo, is it, friend? HP up. Oh, here's Bulbapedia. Oh. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah, this is... I have all the moves. I have my... I have the last... I do have the last of the moves. I have filled up my entire moves. I guess... It's the last... I do have the last... I passed all the moves I learned by level up, so... So, I just gotta choose what I want to keep. Meter. I almost tried to hop to the side. I almost tried to hop sideways up. I'm too used to playing trap. I'm too used to playing crappy general. Berries, mango berries, walnut berries, agua berries. Points are here. Oh, you still have the Copa Berry. I probably should, readjust the levels real quick, or not the level C items. You might be able to make a good use of a Razor Fang. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we'll have you with the EXP share, actually. And then you can have the big root. Ultra Ball. Tiny mushroom. Bones. Nothing there. Oh my god. Wait, what did that say? Pokemon size contest, big Pokemon wanted. Giant Remoraid. What about you? Pikachu fan club. Wait, I think we gotta take you out. Psycho Cut. Make conversion should be fine since it's just a Wingull. Yep. Alright. Ugh. Counting on you, Hotshot. Oh, I accidentally got here. What happened to talk to you right now? Yo, hiya, he hasn't come back yet. When he does, you know what you gotta do. Give him a battle that's so hot, it will reignite his passion for battling. I'm counting on you, Hotshot. I remember how the anime went about it. Vulgar set it up so that challengers could just skip the battle and get the gym badge that way. But Ash refused that easy path. And it took him fighting Flynn for Volkner to warm up to the idea of fighting again. Okay, clearly very cool thing you have. Yeah. I get okay about Pokemon complete about the original Pokémon. Hey, your turn, right? Can you do me a favor? Right? A serious nature. I've never talked to this kid before. Huh. I wonder what he does. Wait, hold on. Take the game. I actually can because I finally managed to get PK Hex working on this. I finally managed to get PK Hex to work on this computer. Hold on a sec, let me just, do that. And it's a brand new version, too. Compatibility with the games up to ZA. Yeah. Ooh, you can't see. You guys can't see it, but I'm able to see it, the stats and stuff from a pop-up. See, I don't have anything with a serious nature right now. However, I can give myself one. There we go. They've also got, they've even added on, they have a dedicated cosmetics option too. This is so awesome. Looking at this. Korean save conversion? What the fuck? In case you guys can't tell, this is my first time booting up this version. And I just realized it is fucking tiny on your end. There. Explaining its edits. Geonet? Oh, I see. Oh, and there's chatter. And there's an option for chatter. This thing is awesome. I cannot wait to use it. I am really looking forward to using this. Alright. Anyways. Let's quickly go. Let me quickly double check what moves I want. So currently, none of the moves we have are any that Roserade can learn by level. That we can relearn as Roserade. The TM for Shadow Ball is technically renewable, but I am not gonna. I don't really want to bother with the Battlefront here. I guess I could give. I guess I could give it one. I guess. I guess I could give it like one attempt just to see what it's like. The same goes for Sludge Bomb. Right, so Giga Drain, Leech Seed, and probably a. And hold on, let me double check Aromatherapy. Yep, it's a full party thing. Oh, then again, it's one whole move slot. Teemo 6 Toxic. Everything is from the battle. Everything is only in the Battlefront tier. Jesus. Hmm. What about, you know what? You know what? What about Synthesis? How about Synthesis? How about I bring along Synthesis? Giga Drain, Synthesis, Leech Seed, and we have Grass Whistle, but not Sleep Powder. Okay, so you know what? I think I'm just going to. I think all I'm really gonna do is replace aromatherapy with synthesis. Let me see here. Yeah, I did. Okay. So. Oh sweet, they also gave an over. They also asked if I want to just override a Pokemon, override the current save file. That saves so much more time. Yep, your Starly has a Sears neutral, right? All that for a calendar app. A monthly calendar with date reminders. I guess I might as well look at it. Why are Sundays in bold? You can apparently highlight them. Send Wolfner back to his gym real quick. Oh, not this one. Not here. Yeah. Oh, we get 565. You know what? I could use PK. I could technically just use PK hacks to simulate effects. Okay. And Roselia is finally evolving. I hope the audio is okay, by the way. didn't want to go in here. Whoa, wow. Wow, Roserade is faster than... Wow, Roserade is faster than Gallade now that she's evolved? Both of you? Really? You know what, Repair's gonna be a bit of a carry, so might as well. go. Why does everybody love going for Gate? Did they learn about... Did they learn about his captain? About his... Did they learn the whole captain thing? Did they learn about his weakness to being called captain? That's absolutely what's going on, isn't it? That closest right barrier. 2037. Not awfully close. No, not it. There we go. Okay. I'm still so awfully loud. points. EXP Zero on. Look at you, making clever doubles moves even though you weren't meant, even though you were a singles trainer. What's your mom? Woo! Ugh. Withdraw, there we go. Oh, right. Oh. There we go. I'll stop turboing. You know what? I'll stop doing turboing. I'll stop using fast forward. Just so that we can spend a little bit more time. Oh, whoops, almost forgot. The next cap is 51 for Berry 6. God damn it. Master Wake. I mean, Crasher Wake. Sorry. Oh, right, natural cure. Zachariah? Zachariah? Oh, fuck! I'm shocked. No, really, I am. Whew. Set the pliable standard real quick. Set the status of pliable real quick. How do I not have a single hardstone or something like that? I absolutely can get hardstones in the underground. Ugh. That's right, we're gonna cheat. Mm-hmm. There. Hope you guys can understand that. Also, don't forget to support my Patreon. Holy shit. Oh. Seems I've been grounded. No, I have plenty. Why am I trying to be a smartass? Damn 41 Torment. What this is probably gonna be a little bit boring, so but How might I toss in something in the... I might toss something in. Browser, that's probably what I want.
$10 for a large, $10 for any 3 toppings, $10 for your choice of hut crust, only at Pizza Hut.
Get Spectrum fiber-powered internet free forever when you switch and add 4 mobile phone lines.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Hyrule Myths, the online internet video game TV show returning to the Hyrule where it all started. The Legend of Zelda tells the first ever...
Hold on, let me do... I guess you gotta do something. Okay, I guess... Alright, I guess this doesn't work. Wait, now it's going... Jesus Christ. Whatever. It's easier just to do this. There. There's nowhere to put this thing.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Hyrule Myths, the online internet video game TV show returning to the Hyrule where it all started. The Legend of Zelda tells the first ever legend of a young man rising up to battle the forces of evil using only what he can cram in his increasingly unbelievable pockets. But tonight, I'm feeling a little lazy, so let's just fight the bare minimum with the bare minimum. Can you beat The Legend of Zelda's Minimalist Pacifist Challenge? If you've seen the Metroid runs, the rules should be very familiar. We're trying to beat the game while killing as few enemies as possible while collecting as few items as possible. Think of it as a low score challenge, with pacifism taking priority. A lower kill count is always better than a lower item count. What we consider a kill should for the most part be easy to discern, but items will need some clarifying. We'll be tackling it similarly to the community's standard for Zelda minimalist runs, trying to obtain as few unique items as possible. If we were to collect 500 bombs in the playthrough, our item count would only go up by 1. We collected the unique item, bombs. Other items have tiers, such as the sword, with 3 distinct versions. It's actually possible to skip to a higher tier version, then go back and still obtain the lower tier version, though the game is smart enough to keep the higher tier version equipped. In cases like this, each tier is its own unique item. If we obtain all 3 swords in order, our item count is increased by 3. If we skip straight to the final sword, our item count is only increased by 1. Unless we go grab a crappier sword for literally no reason. I know that might be a little controversial since you'd think a minimalist run wouldn't allow the game's ultimate weapon, but my goal is explicitly numbers based, and as far as numbers are concerned, every item is considered equal. There's also one upgrade type in the game that's not technically visible in our inventory, bomb capacity. Each of these upgrades are considered their own separate unique items. With the rules set, let's get this run started. Whoops! Aw, jeez, my finger slipped and I dropped the video.
Yeah, go support Game Champ on Patreon too, as well as me.
This incredibly gooey advertisement. This video is once again sponsored by super sexy gamer girl Game Champ 3000. In case you didn't get the memo, it's a new perk on patreon.com/GameChamp. All patrons get early access to videos. This Zelda video was already available back in early April. If you join for as little as $1, you can watch a new VG Minutes episode.
You can also suggest Pokemon challenge run ideas on my Patreon.
Right out of the gate, sorry to camp and satiate.
As well as teasers for Sly Cooper Musician Rewritten once I finally start production on that.
Right out of the gate, sorry to disappoint, but our total kill and item counts are not going to be 0. Mission failed, feel free to unsubscribe. Ganon must be killed to beat the game, and he must be harmed with a sword. You can absolutely reach Ganon without ever collecting a sword, but the run is soft-locked there. We also can only do this run with a specific sword. The higher tier swords both require the player to obtain optional heart containers as a prerequisite. Our lowest item count option is the completely free wooden sword. Ganon also helps in determining our next item. While only a sword can harm Ganon, only a silver arrow can deal the final blow. Logically, that means our next item is cold hard cash. In Zelda 1, rupees act as ammunition for the bow and arrows, so we can't actually fire a silver arrow without at least 1 rupee. And while rupees are normally dropped by defeated enemies, there's also a bunch of overworld NPCs desperately waiting for a hero to mug them. You'll have to take a dangerous trek through enemy territory, but even with 3 hearts, you should be able to get anywhere on the overworld just fine. They'll only give us these rupees once, but all you really need is 10. With 10 rupees in hand, die painfully and horribly in order to access the save menu, resurrect, and head over to the money-making game. Deposit your rupees into the slot machine, and you will most likely lose everything. Not to worry, we've got magical universe resetting abilities, so the house never wins. We can now assume rupees are infinite for the rest of the playthrough. Go ahead and buy our next item, bombs. It's explicitly required to open tons of bombable walls to beat the game. Bombs will also unearth the money-making game to the left of the start screen, speeding up the slot machines. Which is important for our next big purchase, keys. Fully exploring every dungeon in the game requires a ton of keys, and most keys found in dungeons are guarded by enemies. However, unlike later games, keys in Zelda 1 are one size fits all, and an infinite number can be purchased. I didn't bother counting how many keys we'll eventually need, but it doesn't hurt to have extras, so get yourself a stockpile. We now have all the obviously necessary overworld items. Time to go exploring dungeons. Before you get any funny ideas, we can't head straight for the final dungeon, level 9. While it is technically accessible, an old man guards the second room, demanding we obtain the 8 shards of the Triforce of Wisdom, keeping the door shuttered till then. I tried murdering him on the off chance I'm the only person to think to attack him 256 times, but he very much seems to be immortal. That means beating all 8 prior dungeons is required. Level 1 is the easiest, so let's head there first. We thankfully only have to commit a single murder in here. Walk past all the monsters to the northeast point of the dungeon to fight its boss, Aquamentus, guarding a shutter leading to the Triforce Shard. I did a bunch of searching and asked the Zelda speedrunning Discord just to be super sure, and there is no known way to bypass shutters. This shutter must be opened in order to beat the game, and it will only open when Aquamentus is dead. Commit your first murder and you'll notice a problem. A heart container will drop in the middle of the path leading to the exit. Not to worry, there's a way around it. Hurt Aquamentus 5 times, wait for it to walk forward, plant a bomb, and rush for the shutter. By the time the heart container spawns, we're already past it and can thus safely acquire Triforce Shard number 1. Don't leave level 1 just yet. Found within and requiring no kills is the bow, which is required in order to fire silver arrows. Die painfully and horribly to truly finish level 1. I realized while sneaking through there's another item I'd super like to grab ASAP. The ladder allows Link to walk across one single tile's distance over water, drastically increasing our mobility in water-filled rooms. We know for a fact the ladder is explicitly required by looking at the map for level 4. This room is a stopgap we need to pass through to reach the level 4 Triforce Shard, featuring a room-length river. Level 4 happens to contain the ladder itself, but we can't go there just yet. Level 4 is located on an island only accessible with the raft. Fill up on bombs, die painfully and horribly, and head to the raft's dungeon, level 3. Beeline to the left side of the dungeon and face the fact that bosses are not the only lives you'll have to take. The southern shutter leading to the room with the raft cellar will only open when all 5 dark nuts are dead. This shouldn't be difficult though. The room is big and open and they only take 4 hits to kill. Don't bungle the trip down to the cellar and obtain the raft. After dying painfully and horribly, head right back in. We may as well grab the Triforce Shard before moving on. Bombable walls can take us directly to the boss room, featuring a Monhandla. It is important to note all 4 Monhandla heads take damage and die separately, so likewise I'm going to track them as separate kills. You can easily kill all 4 of them with bombs, opening the shutter for us to collect Triforce Shard number 3. Let's head back to level 4 and grab that ladder. Sadly, we can't grab it without a fight against 5 fires. If killed with the wooden sword, fires turn into 2 bats, which also must be killed to open the shutter. Luckily, if an attack is strong enough, such as with bombs, the fire will be completely obliterated, skipping the keys and letting us clear the room with only 5 kills. In order to reveal the stairway to the ladder, all we need to do is push the left block. Unfortunately, Link is too shy to push blocks while people are watching, leaving us no choice but murder. Note that Zoles can also split into smaller enemies, so you'll need to blow them up with bombs too. With no more prying eyes, push the block, climb down the staircase, and obtain the ladder. Die painfully and horribly to bank it and restock on bombs. There are 5 more Vires guarding a shutter to the Triforce. With them blown up, enter the boss fight against Gleeok. I recommend planning on full health when you get there. At full health, your sword will send out lasers, letting you take Gleeok down from afar. Important note, you might be tempted to count each Gleeok head separately since the heads are its weak point and they split off eventually. However, notice that all the heads share a single health pool. It's Gleeok's body that flashes to indicate damage, not the heads. In fact, pay close attention to the death animation. Singular. The split-off head doesn't have its own. You might argue that the original head actually died when it disappeared and spawned the floating red one, but personally, I'm leaning toward the entire Gleeok counting as one person. Step over its singular corpse and grab Triforce Shard number 4. There's actually only one piece of usable required equipment left within the first 8 dungeons. We're going after it in level 5. At the western edge is a staircase we need to go through, guarded by 5 upgraded blue Darknuts. This staircase is completely enclosed by blocks, the leftmost of which is pushable. But remember, Link is simply too bashful to push that block. We have no choice. We're gonna phase through solid matter. Stand Link in exactly this position relative to any block, with the top of his head lining up with the lower center line. Next, move left or right for exactly 1 frame, which translates to 1/60th of a second. Alternatively, if you're bad at video games, stab your sword and tap left or right during the animation. Link should about face. Finally, walk up, and bam! You're now standing inside the block and can freely walk left to reach the staircase, sparing
I love that
every
character
Darknut.
trade people
The
came up.
Darknut's friends further down won't be so lucky. There's another staircase in this room, but this staircase won't actually legally exist until we push the block. Since we can't clip into something that doesn't exist, we have no choice but to get our hands dirty. Commit 6 murders and 1 robbery for the recorder. Die painfully and horribly, and re-enter with full bombs for the Triforce track. Kill 3 Gibdos near the entrance, then casually stroll all the way to the boss room featuring Digdogger. The recorder is the only item that can harm Digdogger in its initial form, causing it to turn into a smaller, more vulnerable version. To get a really easy quick kill, plant a bomb on Digdogger, play the recorder, swap to bombs, and plant another one. With luck, the 2 bombs will insta-kill the mini-dig. As you might be able to guess, I'm counting the big Digdogger and the mini-dig as 2 separate kills. Shimmy around the heart container and obtain Triforce Shard number 5.
Why am I
Die
not
painfully
saving
and horribly to bank
these?
it, then head for your next dungeon. I personally chose level 7, now enterable by draining the left lake in the Lost Woods with the recorder. Before actually entering, let's check the map real quick. In order to reach the Triforce, we must pass through this room featuring a hungry Grumble. This Grumble blocks the room with an invisible wall, which will only go away if you give him food, an item purchasable in overworld shops. I was hesitant to commit to a new item, so I looked into alternative options, particularly a glitch which allows you to bypass invisible walls. These walls only block Link from walking up when he reaches them. They don't prevent him from moving up, meaning you can be blasted backward through the wall with the flame from a candle. But performing this glitch in the Hungry Grumble room produces no results. For whatever reason, the overworld NPC walls and the Hungry Grumble walls are handled differently, and Hungry Grumbles are immune to the glitch. Since we have no method to skip the Grumble, go ahead and buy both the blue candle and food and make an actual attempt at level 7. I should note now, level 7 is going to be harder than anything we've yet faced, requiring us to weave through a dozen tight rooms filled with enemies in a row. The saving grace is you won't necessarily have to do it all in one go. The 6 enemies in this first room will all stay dead for the current session, so you can retry as many times as you like without any additional kills, provided you don't waste too many bombs. Immediately after the Hungry Grumble, we encounter yet another problem. The dungeon map is in the center of the room, very specifically placed such that we have to walk over it and thus obtain it in order to use the room's right exit, which is the only pacifist option. I tried a few different ideas to skip the map, but the ladder locks us in vertically, and invulnerability frames don't protect us from items. We'll just have to grab it and increase our item count by 1. Continuing to the Triforce, there are no more major roadblocks, just another Digdogger, which splits into 3 pieces but can be dispatched the same way, 5 Wallmasters, and the boss, another Aquamentus who's nice enough to drop its heart container out of your way. Your reward is Triforce Shard number 7. Now that our inventory is bursting, I decided to finally head into the pathetically easy level 2, featuring required battles against 5 Grumbles and 1 Dodongo and Triforce Shard number 2. With that easy dungeon out of the way, I decided to jump into the deep end, level 8. This is gonna be a tough one. The long path to the boss room requires 3 separate super difficult battles and a terrible stipulation. The first required Dark Nuts will respawn if you die and continue, meaning if you defeat them, make it all the way to the boss, and perish, you've gotta reset the game and do the whole thing over again. But I realized something. Remember food? According to the internet, food works as infinite ammo bait to attract enemies. Since we already obtained food earlier in the run, we're fully allowed to obtain a second copy. Using food, we can lure all the Dark Nuts to the same location and obliterate them with bombs.
Someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Let's double check my source, Zelda Dungeon, which states, and I quote, Link can use the food to distract enemies. By placing it down on a screen full of enemies, they are all distracted by the food. This is a weird statement to make because it's contradicted by their own source, the Legend of Zelda for the Nintendo Entertainment System instruction booklet. According to the instruction booklet, Link can use this bait to lure the enemy and bump them off as they come to eat it. But watch out, this doesn't work for some of the enemy. Food doesn't attract all of the enemy, it attracts some of the enemy, an incredibly important distinction. As for which of the enemy, I don't know. I've tested it on literally every enemy that might hypothetically be annoying enough to matter, and it is useless in bumping any of them off. Luckily, there's a much simpler cheese trick. Notice there's a locked door on the right side of the room. Engage baby strats. Dark Nuts aren't legally allowed to walk into the doorway, and neither are projectiles. You aren't legally allowed to attack from within the doorway, so peek out, fire lasers, and run back in when things get hot. Just to be sure you're aware, bombed open walls won't work for this trick. Link instantly begins a screen transition when he approaches them, so you can't hide inside. Proceed 2 more rooms for another set of Dark Nuts guarding a shutter. There are 6 this time, and the vertical doorway is less convenient, so this is gonna take a while. Just be patient. After sneaking through the stairwell, you'll arrive in a nightmare room filled with Pole's voice. We'll have to bomb the north wall. Slipping by would normally be incredibly difficult, but there's a consistent cheese trick. If an enemy takes damage, they get invulnerability frames which allow you to freely walk through them. Time it right to slip past the right horde, bomb the upper wall, and enter battle against a 4-headed Gleeok. I realized since last time, attacking from below the Gleeok isn't optimal. There's more room horizontally than vertically, so stand on one of the sides to give yourself more room to dodge. Otherwise, I have no special tips. This is gonna be a hard fight, and you've gotta do it. With it done, grab Triforce Shard number 8. There's just one Triforce Shard left, located in level 6. Before getting into it, I did a little test. You might have been wondering why I never bought arrows. With arrows, I could have been using the bow this entire time, and arrows are required to beat Ganon anyway, right? Well, not exactly. First off, I couldn't have been using arrows this entire time because they suck. Basically, any enemy tough enough to justify using them is immune. Second, silver arrows are required to beat Ganon, not vanilla arrows. If we could skip over regular arrows and go straight to silver arrows, that means one less item obtained in the playthrough. Unfortunately, as I finally got around to testing, the boss of level 6 is Goma, and Goma appears to be immune to all sources of damage except arrows. This is technically already common knowledge on the internet that I didn't need to test, but
What if none of it's true?
Oh,
What if they're
back.
all lying?
we have no choice but to buy arrows. The first required level 6 battle is an easy one against 8 keys. Second, along the same path, is a room with 2 red Wizrobes, 2 blue Wizrobes, and 3 like-likes, with both doorways shuttered. Wizrobes have incredibly difficult patterns to deal with in large groups, making this the hardest room. But if you didn't take any damage up till now, there's a special bit of trivia you can use to your advantage. The 10th enemy has the bomb. Specifically, if you kill 10 enemies in a row without taking damage, the last one is killed with a bomb and is capable of dropping bombs, you'll get a guaranteed bomb drop. Red Wizrobes are capable of dropping bombs, and since we killed 8 keys to get here, we know for certain that if we bomb a Red Wizrobe second, they'll drop a refill, giving plenty to annihilate the room. We need some left over for the next required battle against 5 Vyres guarding a shutter. There's yet another required battle immediately with more Wizrobes and Likes. Doorway cheese is available, but you'll have to make an extra precaution. Wizrobes have not gotten the memo that they're not allowed to enter doorways.
Get down, you little mouse, what a fool little sense.
They thankfully can't walk in as far as you can. If Link's sprite is only a little bit visible, you're safe. There's just one more enemy left, Goma, who will die to a single arrow in her open eye. With the Triforce of Wisdom complete, the old man is placated, and we can enter the game's final dungeon, Death Mountain. But if you thought you were almost done, I've got bad news. Check out the map. It's really big and has a lot of unnecessary room,
Welcome to the
I'll
stream.
pare it
Hello.
down to only the
At
rooms that are
KILF2
relevant to the run,
18.
and reorient them a little
At
so it's
6,000
easier to see where all the
subscribers,
stairs.
I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream you too, and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. LOL the title, but we shall see.
Yeah, surprisingly they have not... Surprisingly, they are a little less like Glup Shittos recently. They've started appearing... I've seen them appear in two new hacks. If you want to get their... If you want to make their leader weak in the knees, call them Captain. I love it. I love that choice.
Airways go. You might notice a problem. We don't have the silver arrows yet, so we'll have to grab them before heading to Ganon. But both the silver arrows and Ganon are locked behind this staircase guarded by 5 Wizrobes. That means you can't save the game after grabbing silver arrows. If you did, you'd have to kill these Wizrobes a second time, thus failing the pacifist run. You've got to run the entire gauntlet to obtain the silver arrows, escape, run the gauntlet to reach Ganon,
What do you
and
mean you're
beat him
targeting
all in
Rose
one
Raid
run.
instead of Rhyperior?
This is hard as hell and will force you to completely relearn how to play Zelda. Before making a real attempt, open up what locked doors and bombable walls you can, stock back up on bombs, and save the game. You'll need every possible leg up. Head north twice, west once, and do a block clip into the stairway. Your destination is filled with likes. We need to loop all the way around to the right door. Stab the likes as you approach a corner and abuse their invulnerability frames to pass. When you reach the bottom doorway, enter it, then walk right back in. By crazy random happenstance, all likes are now in the center, clearing the path to the right. On this next screen, just hold right and you'll almost always avoid the Wizrobes. A Patra awaits. It will periodically pulse its satellites outward while hovering around in random directions. Once it gives good RNG, pass it to the north. An old man will helpfully waste your time. Resist the urge to stab him much and head into our first battle, 3 blue Wizrobes and 2 red Wizrobes. When I first entered Death Mountain, this was ludicrously hard, but I found a strategy that should be familiar. Turns out, the select button acts as a pause button. Quick double taps make the game move just a little bit at a time, giving de facto slow motion. That's not the only big strat I learned. While dead Wizrobes will respawn if we die and continue, they won't respawn if we just move to the adjacent room and back, which is to our advantage. If you were paying attention, we just killed 2 red Wizrobes, leaving 3 blue Wizrobes alive. But if we run back in, we discover 2 blue Wizrobes and 1 red Wizrobe. You should have seen this coming. The Legend of Zelda for the Family Computer System was programmed on duct tape. I'm not sure how specifically this works on the back end, but clearly the game doesn't actually remember which specific Wizrobes are dead, so it does its best guess and hopes we don't notice. This is highly abusable, allowing us to transform the powerhouse blue Wizrobes into the weakling red ones. Be warned, they won't shuffle around every time you enter, so when only blue Wizrobes spawn, it's time to finish them off. One small pro tip, blue Wizrobes will only legally see you vertically if you're on exactly the same column as them. If you're on a halfway track, they'll never fire beams at you, making the halfway point safer to stand in. With the room clear, reveal the staircase and abuse the pause button to dodge your way 2 screens left from its destination. We'll now have to block clip into this doorway guarded by a Patron. While block clips are relatively easy, they're not easy enough to do first try every time, but you can make every attempt your first try. Leave and re-enter from the south, attempt the block clip, and repeat. The Patra's pattern resets every time, so once you get the clip, you can walk in as the Patra's satellites retract. The other side is an ultra-deadly Wizrobe room, but we're not allowed to kill them. Zigzag to the top of the screen, bomb it open, and enter our second required battle, once again featuring 3 blue Wizrobes and 2 red Wizrobes. This time, the blocks arranged around the room give you near zero room to walk around. If you try to fight fair, you are going to die. So don't. Every time you exit and re-enter, the red Wizrobes will choose a new square to appear in and shoot you from. If one of them spawns directly next to you, plant a bomb to kill them before they can fire. Pause buffer to ensure the dead Wizrobe's death animation fully completes, and escape. Repeat until only blue Wizrobes remain, who you'll now have to fight the hard way. Feel free to use most of your bombs, just keep at least 2 on hand for later. Your second battle won, reveal the staircase, and receive your prize, the silver arrows. Now for the hardest part of this entire trek, the return trip. We've got to go back in the staircase we came from a bit ago, guarded by a full room of Wizrobes. But since this staircase is visible and can be block clipped into, murdering the Wizrobes is not a valid option. We have to do a block clip with 5 Wizrobes actively trying to kill us. Run around the left and right sides of the screen looking for an opening when nobody is aligned with you. Safe openings are extremely rare, so you might be here a few minutes. With that incredible task that'll probably kill half your runs done, you have to sneak past that Patra again, this time through the north doorway. Same as before, wait around another doorway for good RNG and run for it. Travel 3 rooms north, pause buffering the entire way, and bomb this left wall. Zig down to the bottom of the screen, lure the traps into activating, and run into the doorway as they retract. Welcome to the far easier battle number 3, featuring 2 blue Wizrobes and 2 red Wizrobes. This time, we finally have a doorway to work with. Patiently abuse it. If you're low on health, I've got super good news. Remember how the game tracks how many enemies you've killed in a row to give special drops? There's a similar system to determine all the regular drops, but instead of consecutive kills, it only cares about the total kills, period. Whether an item is dropped is still random, but if, for example, from a fresh reset of the game, you kill exactly 14 enemies and the last enemy is a blue Wizrobe, then if they decide to drop an item, it will always be a fairy, giving you a full heal. With this battle won, we're almost there. On the other side of the staircase, you'll need to brave a Wizrobe ambush and make your way west. I personally found the north side of the room safest to travel. Once you've bombed the left wall, good news, you're almost done. Do an easy block clip into the next staircase and arrive at the opposite side to engage actual battle against a Patra. The longer you spend with this thing, the more likely it randomly boxes you in a corner, so kill it as fast as possible. No worries, killing the satellites is required to make the blue center vulnerable, so you won't have to do any fancy sniping shenanigans. Instead, use fancy pausing shenanigans, standing right at the edge of the satellites while you stab. There are 8 satellites plus the core, so this counts as 9 kills. With the door opened, enter the final battle against Ganon. Ganon is a cheating jerk, turning invisible and wandering around the room spamming projectiles. The projectiles kill you in 3 hits, and contact with Ganon kills you instantly. Since we only have the wooden sword, we're dealing minimum damage. Ganon requires 15 hits until he's ready for the silver arrow. If you just run around the room stabbing randomly, this is not gonna happen. Whenever you stab Ganon, he gets stunned for a second, then teleports away. I can prove he's teleporting and not just turning invisible again by booting the game up in a speedrun practice hack created by Fiskbit.
Get down, you little mouse, what a fool little sense.
Once again, Ganon is too powerful to fight fair. If Ganon's gonna cheat, we may as well join him. Equip the recorder, stab Ganon, and play it. Every time you play the recorder, it's supposed to freeze everything until it stops playing, but it doesn't freeze everything. Ganon's invulnerability timer will run itself out, so the instant it stops playing, he'll be vulnerable again. For some reason, this stops him from teleporting, allowing for a slow, infinite combo. The battle still isn't won yet though. Ganon will move in the short time it takes you to stab him, and that distance adds up. You'll have to constantly retreat. On top of that, you've gotta be quick. Play the recorder too late and Ganon teleports to end the combo. Even with the recorder, beating Ganon at the end of such a ridiculously difficult dungeon trek is still gonna be a major pain. The one saving grace is Ganon is predictable. If you always fight him the same way, he'll always move the same way, and he's even nice enough to spawn in exactly the same position most of the time. Put in as much practice as you need until you know him flawlessly.
Oh my god. I get to play RuneScape tonight!
We obtain the Triforce of Power, arriving at our final kill and item count. With a final score of 122 kills and 22 items, the Legend of Zelda Minimalist Pacifist Run isn't over yet.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
That's right! The Legend of Zelda has 2 quests, both of which totally count as alternate methods of beating the game. We found the minimum kills and items in the first quest, but if the second quest requires a lower kill count, the last half hour has been totally pointless. In order to be certain of the minimum kill and item count, we have to play through the entirety of the second quest. I will note the second quest is normally started by continuing from a beaten Quest 1 save file. That method is non-viable because you can only have a beaten first quest file by beating the game, which, as we've already established, requires killing enemies. The run must start from a literally empty save file. On a fresh copy of the game, name your save file Zelda and you'll start in the second quest. Normally I wouldn't consider a run that uses a cheat code valid, which this is totally a cheat code, but I'll make a special exception since it's a cheat code you can feasibly input without even knowing about it in the first place. Though things have been shuffled around a bit, the basics of the second quest remain the same, and most of the game will pose absolutely no threat with the absurdly cheesy strats in our arsenal. So I'll just speedrun through as we grab things we know we definitely need for the same reasons as in the first quest. On the overworld, we grab the wooden sword, rupees, bombs, and keys. In level 1, we kill 1 Aquamentus for the Triforce shard. In level 2, we kill 8 keys, 3 Zols, and 1 Gleeok to obtain the recorder and Triforce shard. In level 3, we kill 8 Wallmasters and 6 Grumbles for the Triforce shard. Then there's a minor shakeup. In quest 2, we're required to obtain the power bracelet, which is freely accessible on the overworld in order to reveal the level 4 entrance. I didn't head to level 4 immediately, but decided to grab this now. We take a quick trip to level 6 to obtain the ladder blood-free, and exit for now. Back on the overworld, I purchased the arrows and the blue candle. We know for a fact we can't skip the blue candle in favor of the red candle this time, since the second quest red candle is located in level 7, hidden under a tree which must be destroyed with a candle. In level 8, things are finally getting a bit difficult. Clearing it took me over an hour of attempts. At the start, you'll have to pass by a bunch of new non-blinking red bubbles. They won't hurt you, but red bubbles are special. Rather than their curse going away with time, it's semi-permanent. You won't be able to use your sword at all until curing yourself, which can be done by touching a blue bubble. Even death won't cure you, but while doing research for this run, I accidentally found a super secret second cure on Zeldapedia. Any jinxes can be cured by playing the Hold on there a second. Hi everybody, my name's GameChamp3000. You might know me from such popular internet videos as Wii U Unboxing and Review, and Beautiful Joe, Joe number 11. Davidson is out of the house. My friend GamerChamp was about to tell you she found an incredible lie on the internet because she's stupid. See, when she read this sentence, she thought it said, the recorder also heals any jinxes put on Link by Bubbles, completely overlooking the literally flashing text in the middle. The recorder doesn't cure jinxes from the red bubbles, which GamerChamp thought meant she'd caught someone in a lie, but Zeldapedia was never making that claim. They're claiming the recorder cures jinxes specifically from flashing bubbles, which is an equally false claim.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
If you get hit by a flashing bubble and use the recorder, you will be able to use your sword after, but that doesn't mean the recorder cured you. Remember, the jinx goes away on its own after a couple seconds, and the recorder freezes the screen for a couple seconds. Of course you'll be able to swing your sword after the recorder's done playing. You had to waste time in order to play it. Because everything's frozen, people just sort of automatically erased those couple seconds from their brains. In this instance, the recorder isn't the world, it's King Crimson. Anyway, that's enough of me. I'll let you get back to the stupid loser. Don't worry, I'll have another cameo in a bit. Back on topic, we'll have to kill one dig dogger, which splits into 3 mini digs, then take a roundabout path through multiple kill-free rooms filled with terribly annoying boomerang grumbles. The boss fight is against 3 Dodongos, requiring 6 bombs minimum. And remember, we had to use 2 bombs to kill a dig dogger earlier, so we have exactly 6 to work with. After surviving the gauntlet, we obtain the Triforce Shard. At this point, we've got levels 4, 5, 6, and 7 remaining. Of those, level 4 is our only option since it contains the raft. The raft will allow us to reach level 5, located on an island. Level 5 itself contains the bow, which is required to kill a Goma in level 6 and a Goma in level 7. But we're not actually gonna go for the raft. Believe it or not, there's a way to reach the island without it, even though the devs probably didn't intend for it. It's all possible with the recorder. If you remember, in Quest 1, we would unlock the ability to warp to a dungeon after we obtained the Triforce Shard found within. In Quest 2, the recorder works identically. Too identically. Obtaining a Triforce Shard in Quest 2 doesn't let us warp to the dungeon we found it in, it lets us warp to the dungeon we would have found it in Quest 1. To demonstrate, here on Quest 2, I'm gonna try warping to level 3 by playing the recorder twice to the right from a fresh reset. You'd expect me to arrive on the lake screen in the eastern forest, but instead, I arrive at the green alcove in the southwest. Compare with the Quest 1 map, and it all makes sense. The green alcove is where level 3 is in Quest 1, so obtaining the same Triforce Shard takes us to the same screen. We can use this to our advantage. Quest 2's level 5 is on this island, and in Quest 1, the exact same island contains level 4. If we obtain the level 4 Triforce shard, we can warp to the island, skipping the raft entirely. Head into level 4 and kill 1 Dig Dogger and 3 mini digs at the entrance shutter. We have to make a moral choice next, though it's an easy one. We need to enter this room. We could go straight there, but that requires killing 4 Dark Nuts. Instead, we take a roundabout path all the way around to the right, which requires killing only a single Aquamentus instead. Continue north toward the Triforce and you'll be mugged by the old man, demanding our money or our life. By life, he means permanently losing one of our heart containers. If you're curious, you can't actually give him a heart container if you've never collected one. He'll just knock you down to 0 HP instantly, at which point you die in 1 hit. Cheaper on paper, but money is infinite, and I kind of like being alive. For the boss fight, while doing research for this run, I came across a special obscure little trick. Hold on a second, I see where this one's going. Hi everybody, my name's GameChamp3K. You might know me from such incredible internet videos as the best football movie ever made ever, and cellular phones. Sorry, GameChamp3000 couldn't make it. I murdered her. While doing research for this run, GamerChamp found this tidbit courtesy of glitchgamer.com, titled Gleok's Second Quest Easy Kill. By blowing the whistle when fighting Gleok, the level 4 boss, leaving the room, then entering the room again, the boss will be gone or killed. That is an incredibly important glitch for the run, since it sounds like we can make a Gleok go away without actually hurting it. So, enter the boss room to find a definitively un-Gleoky Dig Dogger.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Stop using that information. Stop using a copyrighted clip.
The source. The original poster, Zorn77K, never specified which boss is actually in Quest 2 Level 4. Gleok is the boss of Quest 1 Level 4, so even though the second post was clearly talking about a Dig Dogger, GlitchGamer probably just assumed Level 4 had the same boss in both quests. Whatever the case, with the mystery solved, walk in, play the recorder, exit, and re-enter to accomplish absolutely nothing.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Just to be thorough, I even tried it on a ton of other Dig Doggers in both Quest 1 and Quest 2, and tested it in the North American and PAL versions just to see if it's version specific, and got no results. There is one last hope though. This glitch was confirmed to work by Retro Bowser. There unfortunately isn't any way to contact this mysterious Retro Bowser here, but I found an identically named Retro Bowser on Reddit. I sent out one last lifeline, and they didn't respond. The end. I'll be back in like 10 seconds, but until then, back to GamerChamp. We kill 1 Dig Dogger and 3 mini digs with absolutely no glitches whatsoever to obtain the Triforce shard. With level 4 complete, we've unlocked the warp location we needed. Play the recorder and you'll arrive at level 5's entrance.
God damn! Why are we still here? Just
go on the
I remember
internet
that
and tell lies?
Hey there folks, Wario Fan here. You've probably seen my name from such iconic internet videos like Killer71519 and Advance Wars, the serial. Unfortunately, GameChamp3K couldn't make it. She was lying when she said she'd be back in 10 seconds. On the internet, because I murdered her. According to her notes, Zeldapedia states, the recorder always warps Link to the entrances of first quest dungeons, even during the second quest. For example, after clearing level 3 in the second quest, the recorder takes Link to where he found level 3 in the first quest. Well, that's definitely not right. Here we have a brand new second quest save file. We grab the recorder and only get the Triforce shard in level 3. Link plays the recorder and arrives not at where level 3 was in the first quest, but in where level 2 was in the first quest. And there's a really simple reason for that. This is the inventory screen of a first quest file that's only finished level 3. And this is the inventory screen of that second quest file. You see, quest 2 doesn't just shuffle the dungeon locations, it shuffles the specific Triforce shards shards found inside those dungeons. The Triforce shards are what actually unlock warp locations, not the—
Hi everybody, my name's Takara Takedown. You might know me from such incredible internet videos as Can You Beat WarioFan63 with a lead pipe?
Wait, that's me.
Since we've obtained every Triforce shard we can at this point, we definitively know that whichever shard is linked with the level 5 island is one of the shards which is itself locked behind access to the island. So the raft, in all possible scenarios, is required. Luckily, I don't trust the internet with a 10 gig pole, so I kept a backup save from before we finished level 4. We take the same path and do the same kills as before, but this time we use doorway cheese to snipe the dig doggers with sword lasers. The 4 bombs we save will be helpful further ahead in the secret passage behind the Triforce. After killing 3 dark nuts, we also have to kill 3 dodongos, requiring 6 total bombs.
We'll have to kill everybody in the following room to reveal a staircase!
Including 4 dark nuts and 2 Pole's voice. Finally, we obtain the raft and can walk back to re-obtain not Triforce shard number 4, but Triforce shard number 5. Then we head straight into level 5. Kill 5 Wizrobes to obtain the bow, and 1 4-headed Monhandla, and 1 Gleeok to obtain whichever number Triforce this is. Level 6 is easy too. We kill just 1 Gleeok and 1 Goma for its Triforce shard. Our final Triforce shard is in level 7, and will take a lot more bloodshed. We'll have to fight 1 4-headed Monhandla, 5 Dark Nuts, 1 Goma, 4 Keys, 6 Dark Nuts, 5 Dark Nuts again, and finally a Gleeok all in a row. The saving grace is most of these battles have an open doorway for you to snipe from, so you can bank your final Triforce shard without much effort. It's finally time to finish this run, and I've got good news. Level 9, while absolutely still a horrifically difficult gauntlet, is a far easier gauntlet than it was in the first quest. One of the biggest reasons is we no longer have to grab the silver arrow and kill Ganon in a single attempt. The paths split off before taking our first life. Getting the silver arrows in the first place is itself easier too. We only have to fight 5 Wizrobes in a totally open room. Getting a clean Ganon run is the hard part. You'll first have to fight 2 worms. They're made up of a bunch of segments that sort of explode separately, but since they appear to have a shared health pool, I'll only count them as 1 kill each. There's a long sequence of blood-free rooms coming after, including this dark room filled with keys. You can absolutely navigate blind, but I can't, so instead I walk into the room a little, about face, and throw a flame from the candle. The flame will land in the doorway, ensuring you don't accidentally kill anybody. Eventually, you'll reach a required battle against a Patra. The same strats as fighting the first quest Patra apply. Finally, guarding Ganon's room is a second Patra, this time far more difficult than the 2 we fought before. Not only are there 2 turrets in the center of the room, this Patra's satellites pulse out every few seconds, covering most of the arena. You need to kill its satellites as fast as possible. With dead satellites, you'll have the wiggle room to dive in between the pulses. At this point, you'll still have to fight Ganon, and you will die painfully and horribly. I've got semi-good news. You haven't lost all your progress just yet. All 3 required battles in this dungeon will stay dead on another attempt, allowing you to make your way back without the full gauntlet, with an asterisk. For whatever reason, the worms in the first room will stay dead once. If you die a second time and have to make another attempt, the worms will inexplicably be alive again. Effectively, you have 2 attempts per Death Mountain trip. Actually fighting Ganon is the same as before, just from different starting positions. Blow his ears out with the recorder to end this second quest once and for all. Our score in the second quest is 119 kills and 21 items.
That's weird.
Compared to the first quest, and it is incredibly only 3 kills less, which is still technically a better score, definitively proving the second quest the only viable option. At least, if you count things the same way I did, since some of those multi-part enemies are really iffy. Nevertheless, with as little bloodshed as possible, and the Triforce Pride from Ganon's cold, dead goo, the Legend of Zelda Minimalist Pacifist Run is mission... Do flames count as people? Special thanks to all Patreon backers and...
Whew, I think I got away. Alright, if you want to see more of me, check out my Nin Chronicles series at youtube.com/WarioFan63, including one on The Legend of Zelda. Oh.
All Patreon backers include...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so this video, the one you're watching right now, I am recording this on April 2nd of 2025. The video is supposed to come out tomorrow. I'm doing the subtitles right now. I go and take a break to go on a walk, going to grab a latte. I look down from my latte at my phone, and what do I see? I got a notification. I got a notification from Reddit. I just got a direct message from Retro Bowser. He says that he actually experienced this supposed Gliok quick kill glitch in the 3DS Virtual Console version of the game. Oh my god! I haven't even tested it yet. I'm gonna go test it right now. I'm so excited. Holy crap! Okay, I'm back. All right. So I went into level 4 in Quest 2 in the 3DS Virtual Console version, and nothing happened. The end.
Putting salt.
Okay. Ow. Okay, let's see if this ends up being easier than the Canalave City rival fight. Because that one, because we could literally only win by with Barry's Staraptor deciding not to win. Here we go. have done that better, but I'm satisfied with the result. Okay, let me quickly let me quickly double check some stuff. Okay. So, at level 53, Gallade learns close combat. And the next level cap, which is Aaron, is level 53. So that works out swimmingly. What about Rhyperior, real quick? Mega Horn at level 57. Rockricker at level 61. Now, hold on, I gotta use the bathroom. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. Oop, not that one. There. That's the old one. There we go. Alright, so first things first. Captain Gallade. Alright, you know what? Nah, just Captain. Well, no, let's get... We'll go with the Captain thing. We'll do the full thing. That is the correct abbreviation, right? Captain abbreviation. Yeah, CPT. Alright, something that I keep on forgetting to do is citrus berries, so I'm just doing that real... So I just did that real quick. What am I trying to figure out? What am I thinking about? Right, the rare candies. Need to check those. Oh, wait, no, they're not in regular items, they're in medicine. Okay, yeah, we have 977. Why are the... Their moves registered as red for some reason. Oh, no, it's happens. What? Yeah, they're absolutely... Yeah, they're fine. I don't know. Why? How are they invalid? How exactly are they invalid? Is it just because I evolved Roselia? But synthesis is fine. But synthesis is clearly fine. Is that because it's normally an egg move? No, I caught it in the wild. I don't know. There is definitely some bugs that needs... PK Hex definitely does not... There is definitely a few things that... Most of these Pokemon are definitely, are definitely correct, despite being much of my Pokemon are usually considered invalid, despite being normal. Okay, with that, I think we're just gonna go for it. So, the level caps are 53 for Aaron, 55 for Bertha, 57 for Flint, and then 58 for both Lucian and Cynthia, because we're actually going the distance. Hold on, let me quickly get something. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna mute desktop audio for a sec, so that I can check something. Okay, right, yeah. You know what? Yeah, it works for. You know what? Yeah, it works for the first one. I'm actually going to be having 3 replacements. I'm actually going to be having 3 songs. First one, of course, being for Cynthia, since her theme is copyrighted. Okay, I'm all set. Let's go. please hold while I get the Elite Four teams at the ready, so that I can refer back to them when needed. Platinum, there we go. Okay, yeah. Aaron leads with Yen Mega and Scizor. And I don't have any fire moves. And I don't want to, and I can't really afford to waste Sunny Day Weather Ball on Rose Raid. Bertha is Whiscash and Goliath Score. Flint is Houndoom and Flareon. Lucian is Mr. Mime and Espeon. And Cynthia is Spiritomb and Rose Raid. Okay. Whew, okay. I did not get the counter out for this. I need to go grab that real quick. Hold on. First try! Now, from here on out, everyone will stay at level 58. Because the next level cap is actually level 58 with the post-game battle against Flint and Volkner. Okay. There we go. Cynthia. God damn it. Hold on, I gotta find a... Need to find some... Need to find a thing. Shush. Hold on, I need to find a different one. That'll work for now. Hold up. This isn't actually the end of the run. We've still got to do... I don't normally do this, but we are going the distance. We are tackling the post-game. And we are doing everything in the post-game. We are doing the fight. We are doing the double battle against Flint and Volkner. We'll be escorting Marley. We'll be doing the fights against the We'll be doing the 4th Mars battle. We'll be doing the 3rd Jupiter battle. We'll be doing the Buck escort. We'll be doing the 7th Barry fight. We will be doing all of the Elite We will be doing the entire rematch. All of the rematches for... We will be doing E4 round 2. And we will also be doing the post-game level 8, the post-game team against Barry with a level 85 starter. Team Raider is absolutely getting its long-awaited spotlight. Look forward to that. So look forward to that. Doodles!